Mayor,
Sir, the attorney needs to offer a motion.
yes. Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, will request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
Can I get a motion?
Closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
Second.
We're voting, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir.
All right, voting. Six.
Mr. Song, he's out. Okay.
He's out.
Go ahead.
There he is.
We're voting on the closed meeting. I'm sorry, we've published the vote. That motion carries with Mr. Hassan and Mr. Clark out.
Right. All right, Mr. Attorney.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. We request a motion to appoint Takia Douse as interim administrator effective February 26, 2022, with an annual salary of $190,000 with a car allowance of $600 per month.
So moved.
Second.
All right, voting.
Go ahead.
Okay.
That motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Attorney, anything else?
No, sir.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
All righty. 124.
I'm coming, sir. I'm coming.
All right, Madam Clerk, I'd like to call public services to order. Any additions or deletions to the agenda item?
No, sir.
Okay. Just look at something here. Nope. Okay. We'll just go straight down. Actually, let's do number 3. Can I get a motion to approve number 3, please?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion second. Voting, please.
That motion carries with Mr. Clark absent from today's meeting.
Thank you. Agenda item number 1, please.
Item number 1 is to discuss and approve immediate needs to the Augusta market area and Augusta common tree issues to help community and guest experience.
Thank you. So I put this on the agenda item, not realizing after some discussion with department head that it's a little bit in motion, some of it, so I'll be a little bit briefer. But we have got to make sure in Augusta that we take care of our different areas where we have guests come to the city. The Augusta market averages $2,000 to $5,000 people a weekend, 36 weekends. It is huge. With 70 to 100 vendors, it's a huge economic driver to this community, and we have to make sure that things are working properly. As of this moment, we've got the fountain not working. We've got stage issues. We've got lighting issues. We've had power issues there almost 10 years. And some of them are big safety panel box issues that we need to make sure that are enhanced quickly. And as far as the last 5 weeks, the market did not, of 2021, the market did not have any power. And vendors, when they go to these festivals, they expect to have power. Our neighboring communities have power. I'm happy to report that it is in, it's out to bid, but it's important that this commission takes care of the entire procurement of it by maybe allocating some resources that I'll talk about here in just a second. But I want to turn it over to Director McDowell to talk about the market, and then we'll come back on the common. So, Director McDowell, is there anything you'd like to?
Good afternoon. Again, I think the administrator wanted to speak briefly about the market part, and then we'll go back and address the tree component of
Okay.
it.
Yeah, so Commissioner, I think that on the market, I think you highlighted that we are in process, in the procurement process, it was actually put back out to bid or whatnot. From what we have seen, I believe there is a need for additional resources to make sure that that comes to fruition in the way that you and the commission envisions. And so I would propose that of the SPLOST 7 overages, you look at adding about $125,000. And right now there's about $200,000 allocated. I think about $313,000 is where the bid is, but just in case there's some additional adjustments, I think an allocation of about $125,000 would ensure that all of those lighting activities come to fruition.
Okay, thank you. Director McDowell, is there anything you'd like to add to the conversation from the standpoint of where we are and how things are going out there?
No, other than I think the administrator kind of summed it up as it relates to the electrical issues that we've experienced down at the Augusta Market. To your point, Commissioners, this is something that has been ongoing. And so we've had looked internally to how we can address it. And so we have allocated the proper resources, and we need some additional resources. But this is a top priority for us to get this done, and so we're moving forward in that vein.
Okay, and thank you. And the Augusta Market is so key to small business or entrepreneurs to start low. It's low cost entry to really get started for their business. So that's the first part of the motion that I'll make here in just a second. And then the second piece is talking about the Augusta Common. I think I'm not sure the number of years it's been there exactly. It's in the 90s, I think. But like those trees, though they provide shade, I will say that it's more of a deterrence from a visual standpoint. I know we had this conversation maybe 3 years ago, probably 3 years ago now with the pandemic. But I do think that this is something that the commission needs to look at. I believe that at least cutting down the trees, and then there's the tree people understand that they want trees, and maybe we need to replant trees. But at the same respect, like those trees are gotten so big now to where you can't visually see. I think that we are now always putting the stage on the Reynolds Street side, it seems like. So it would make sense in my mind to cut down the trees from the statue that way, just from a visual standpoint because of that. So that's kind of where my thoughts are. I'll come back with kind of where I think we ought to go. Can you talk about the trees, Director, a little bit about the problems we've had and maybe where we should go, I guess, in a sense?
Right. So again, Commissioner, to your point, the trees that we're currently planted there a number of years ago were actually the wrong trees for that type of recreational component. And so we've looked at it. We've had several conversations even about the tree roots and how they've compromised the sidewalk and created numerous safety hazards from that standpoint. So yes, it would make sense for us to take a look at possibly removing those trees. I think it will open up the area, which will offer for some more visibility if you're particularly sitting in the back of the Augusta Commons area. To your point, we typically put the staging area on the Reynolds Street side for that reason because of the trees. But again, I think this is one of those conversations where we need to bring in our partners, the Tree Commission, and have these conversations where if we're going to take some trees out, that we definitely find another location that we may can incorporate some more trees just to get them in terms of not necessarily asking for their approval, but definitely asking for them to be working partners with us as we move forward with trees around the city.
Perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McDowell, and you can help me here, and I think probably going to need Ms. Dowse, Director Dowse as well. Is she in here? Yes, sir. Because my conversation is, when I saw this on the agenda, I can remember when we were at Fleming Tennis Center, right, and it came up about the market, and it was saying that JLA, I think it was JLA if I'm not mistaken, were doing something at that particular time. So actually, I thought this body work had been done, and the next thing was going to be that it was going to be JLA was going to be doing some work at the Fleming Tennis Center the following week. So has all that been done?
Right. I think what JLA offered to the city was the assessment of the Saturday market. Mm-hmm. So they went and highlighted all the needs in that particular area, all the safety issues that was concerning the Saturday market. And then that's was the end result of us going out to bid to bring a contractor on board to address those issues that JLA, because they're the architect and design firm. So they did the initial assessment, and then based on that assessment, we moved forward with having a contractor come in and actually do the work. And I think they did the same thing with Fleming. They did the initial assessment there, highlighted some of the issues to correct some of the things that were going on as it relates to the lights. And so now we're in a position where we can move forward with a contractor to actually do the work.
Okay, with Fleming as well?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Simmons as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem Williams.
Oh, I think I read my own answer. We're talking about putting another 100,000 in it.
125.
So I think it's coming from Mr. Administrator. That's the 125. If we were to do that, that's coming from recaptured SPOS money.
That is correct. Overages.
Overages. Okay, I'm good.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason. No, that's the motion I was going to make is SPOS overages 125 and then 30 days to come back in on the trees to discuss. That's kind of what I was.
Okay, all right.
That's what I was.
I think you're gonna make a motion, sir.
Can I make the motion as the chair? Yeah. Commissioner Mason, if you can make the motion. I don't think I make the motion as the chair.
I think the administrator, you had mentioned 125,000, Mr. Administrator, of SPOS overage. Okay, so what is this motion looking like? Just a motion to approve the utilization of SPOS overages in the amount of $125,000. And that SPOS 7 overages, $125,000. That's my motion.
Can I get you to add? Can we?
What are we doing about
the
the
trees?
trees?
Can we do a 30 days come back, because I know the tree commission is a big part of this, and can we let the director have the discussions with them and kind of where
30
they're at?
days. Perfect. Okay, so I will add an additional 30 days for the Augusta Common, the tree to come back.
Report back to the committee in 30 days?
Yes, ma'am.
With progress report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Second.
Any further discussion? Voting, please.
That motion carries. It's unanimous.
Thank you. Agenda item number 2, please.
Item number 2 is a presentation by Mr. Joseph Williams regarding safety issues in the apartment 206 and 210 in the Irvin Towers apartment building at 1365 Laney Walker Boulevard. 5 Laney Walker Boulevard.
Here comes Mr. Williams, and the director. Who are we looking for? Okay. All right, sir. If you can speak loudly into the mic, please, and state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Williams. I live 1365 Laney Walker Boulevard.
Okay.
I was living at 206, then moved me to 210.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
You'll have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay. The problem up there, they had given $21 million early part of the year to remodel the building. They called everybody, had a mandatory meeting to come to the meeting. We went to the meeting, nobody couldn't say nothing. They didn't want nobody to say nothing about the meeting. Then they came back a little later on and throw a piece of paper on, say they couldn't do it because the tier too high. I got proof of that, and got another meeting they had on October the 14th about it. Lately, I've been up in my building lately, in 206. When I go in there laying in the bed, water just run down my apartment. Later upstairs, take a shower, her water just come down on me. I went to the office and made a complaint about that. They came up there and called themselves repairing the thing. They came back down, they've been there since November of last year. They came back down January the 7th, or the 7th or whatever. I went down and told her the water was leaking again. The manager didn't say nothing. The man came up there. I was in the shower on the 9th of January this year. I was taking a shower. Water fell down on me so hard, I ran and hit the glass and hurt my back. They came up there, they ain't do nothing. They ain't say nothing. She sit there, she ain't gonna say nothing. I got up the next day, I couldn't hardly get out the bed. I went up there and pulled the pool cord, the emergency cord. The emergency cord didn't work in the bathroom. I had to crawl on the floor, crawl to the one in the living room and pull from the fireman. Nobody never came. I had to call my sister and my niece and a friend upstairs. He's 74 years old. When I opened the door, they had to get me or take me to the hospital. Pull car don't work, and what else don't work? Pull car, elevator don't hardly work, or none of that work. And another example, what happened last week on the 17th of November, I'm going to say January of this year, last week, Thursday. The lady was up there cooking, smoked my whole floor up. Whole floor came in smoke. They pulled the cord from the fire department. Alarm went off. Then nothing. The fire department didn't never come. They took 45 minutes from the fire department to get there. Then we had to call the police. The police came out there to call the fire department to come up there. Then when you go in to tell the rent lady about the emergency call that don't work and this and that, she gonna tell us, the manager, she gonna tell us, hey, everybody know that don't work. That was the light come in the middle of your door for your neighbor to call the police. It's 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Your neighbor can't call you. Everybody up there 60 and old. Then another incident. You just say, you get hurt up there. You ain't got nobody to help you. You ain't got no way. I know accident do happen. We were up there. I was out there one day. Man hit the pole. That's an accident.
Yeah.
It killed a power from Twig Street all the way to 15th Street. We ain't have no way to get out there. When you go down the steps, the lights don't work. That's the only way you can get out. The lights don't work. If you ain't got a flashlight, you can't get out of it.
Yeah, that's sorry to hear this. I'm gonna ask if the director's here. Is she here, Carla? Yep, she is here. I'm gonna go. Commissioner, do you want to wait on Ms. Carla?
Yeah,
okay.
I will.
You let her have the mic just for a second, sir. Thank you. We'll stick around.
Good afternoon.
Number one, have you heard about some of these issues? Have we been out to the site?
We learned about some of these issues today. The main thing that we have to take into consideration is this is public housing, so the City of Augusta's code enforcement is not authorized to do enforcement, inspections, but we do take note of this, and what we will do, now that we've heard about it, we will make contact with the Public Housing Authority and their higher-ups to make sure that we can get a timeline and get some answers to the individuals, but we don't have the authority to come in and regulate their building.
Thank you. And if before they leave, if you can get their contact information, that would be great, Director Delaney. I'm going to go to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Director Delaney, are we not, we don't have the authority to go in because of ordinance, or why don't we have authority to go in to inspect buildings that, this public housing? What is keeping us from not being able to go in and do that?
Pretty much because it's a state statute. Just like with the buildings that are built for the university, we don't do those inspections either. There's separation because it's state-owned property. They do all of their own inspections, their sign-offs, things of that nature. We don't CO their buildings either.
And I know this is probably a soapbox that, we really can't do much about today. But this is not the first situation to where we've heard folks come before us about problems in their dwelling spaces. Places that we don't control, like Azalea Park and Bonaire and the Richmond Summit, yeah, we got code enforcement over there. But public housing is somewhere where people have to go if they have no means to go somewhere else. And here we are not able to go in. I know that's not your fault. I know that's not our fault. But somebody from the Housing Authority needs to be contacted and come before the commission to tell us why they're having issues at Irvin Tower and Allen Homes and Oak Point and everywhere else. We don't have a plethora of affordable housing options. So we're going to have affordable housing options. They should be quality. And I apologize if I'm out of place here, but it frustrates me because the folks who are coming before this body, they're in my district. And so again, this is probably a soapbox that I probably should keep to myself, but these gentlemen shouldn't be here today. So I would like to see about having the Housing Authority come up here and talk to us about why we're having these repeated cases of people coming up here talking about how their living spaces are not quality.
I appreciate it, and I think that before we get done with this, maybe that's the motion that we make before we get done. Commissioner Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Commissioner Johnson's question, and I think I'm right on this, but I'd like to ask the Attorney Brown or either Ms. Bonner, just because
Mayor.
she has a long memory, if you don't mind. In this situation, the Housing Authority Board,
Mayoral.
I think it's the mayor, and I think the commission has allowed that more so than it was designated to the mayor. So the commission can influence that process by who's on that board. But right now, there currently are mayoral appointments there, and I think that may be where the commission has deemed to say, okay, we'll let the mayor do that. So that's the kind of leverage we do have at the end of the day. And I like one of the other of them to speak to that to try to.
Yeah, it is mayoral appointments, but I'm going to let Ms. Bonner speak on whether we have any ways to change that, I guess.
No, sir. The federal legislation that created the Public Housing Authority here in, well, it's all over the nation. The authority went to the mayor, who was at that time the governing authority for the city. So the appointments are done by the mayor. That's on the board that governs those facilities. They are mayoral appointments. The commission has no jurisdiction over those.
Okay. Commissioner Son.
Yes, sir. So with that being said, thank you, Ms. Bonner, because I didn't know whether it was something the commission lead with.
No, it's federal.
Okay, but thank you. So I think this commission here, as you bring on a new mayor next year, you have a conversation with them to be more mindful of situations like this, that they would have a relationship with those board members, and those board members can address these issues. And for all intents and purposes, they may not have to come to us and just come to you all, I would say, because I won't be here in that when they get to this point here. Just by the mere fact that the mayor's made good appointments, you're all aware of them, you all have that conversation about the future in terms of what the Housing Authority is actually doing. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I want to put on this, just let it be made a point of record that I want to update on what you find from Irving Towers in 30 days on this same committee.
So you're going to make a motion. Do you want to add the Housing Authority coming before us?
Yes.
They have made visits over.
Yes.
It's been a while, huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So your motion is
to receive an update on potential code enforcement issues at the Irving Towers within the next 30 days, or in 30 days.
okay. Got a motion and a second. Is it anybody else?
You good?
Voting, please. Yes. Sorry, Clerk.
Would you ask the motion maker to indicate who he wants to update from? Is he requesting that representatives of the Housing Authority come before the commission?
Yes. Yes, along with
code enforcement.
Along with code enforcement, yes.
That's what he was asking.
Okay. Good. All right, thank you.
All right. So we got a motion and a second. Voting, please. And we'll get the mayor here too, see how his mayoral appointment.
That motion carries. It's unanimous.
Madam Clerk, agenda item number 4, please.
Item number 4 is a quarterly update from the Public Art Advisory Panel on the state of public art in Augusta. The update includes information on the Gateway Sculpture Project, the Augusta Sculpture Trail, and the Rocky Shoals Spider Lily Sculpture at the Augusta Canal.
We tried to give you a tongue twister.
And we appreciate that.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for having me today. I am here on behalf of the Public Art Panel. Dennis Skelly was not able to attend this afternoon. I'm Brenda Durant with the Greater Augusta Arts Council. And Dennis did prepare a packet for you with a lot of background information, which I am not going to go into unless you would like me to. The first update has to do with the Gateway sculptures that were funded through SPLOST 7. We are ready to begin the process of going through procurement for our first gateway this year, which will be the gateway at Bobby Jones, close to at Sandbar Ferry Road, in front of the Walden Oaks Apartments. And you have a picture of that building and a map in your packet. So we will be working with procurement on that call, and we'll be keeping you updated as much as procurement allows us to during that process. The second is on the Augusta Downtown Sculpture Trail. We're in year 2 of the 2-year sculpture trail. It will come down in December. Our next iteration will start in the beginning of 2023 We're reminding you to keep that in mind when you're doing the budget for 2023, that we'll need money for the second 2-year sculpture trail. Due to impending construction on Broad Street, they have recommended sites for the second iteration of the sculpture trail on the Riverwalk. And so that will be a great addition to the Riverwalk for 2 years. And the third update is on our latest sculpture in the city of Augusta, and it is a spider lily sculpture. It's quite gorgeous. There's a picture of it in your packet, and it's on the canal. It was funded privately, put on the canal property, and it was commissioned for Colleen Byer Stewart and Wesley Stewart, 2 local artists who have done a lot of public art in Augusta. And that, believe it or not, is all I have today.
And thank you, Brenda. Does any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Just want to say continual thank y'all for all you're doing as the board and from our art has grown. I'm gonna give you this chance to talk about what's happening Saturday in 30 seconds.
We have invited you all to our wet paint party and art sale. It's local art by over 60 local artists with models dressed as artists and people out of famous paintings. This year, a new addition to wet paint is we got permission to reproduce a painting by Jonathan Green, an artist who lives in Charleston. It's called Silver Slipper Club, and we are going to bring that art to life on Saturday night. And since I already got a question, dress is whatever you feel like wearing. This is an art party. You can dress like yourself, or you can have super fun and wear something you bought and wondered why you bought it. And so you can
7 to 10 at Sacred Heart.
Sacred Heart Cultural Center, you're all invited as our guests for the support that you give the Arts Council through the City of Augusta.
Great.
You
I look forward to being there.
+1. All right,
Absolutely.
thank you very much. Did you already ask for questions? We're all good? I'm leaving.
Yeah, I think everybody's good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Can we go ahead and move to number 5?
Okay, we're going to receive that
Yeah,
as
we'll just receive
information
it.
for record, sir. Item number 5 is a presentation by Mr. Ted Wiggins regarding the homeless population at Washington Road and I-20.
Thank you.
Mr. Wiggins, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Ted Wiggins. My address is 2692 York Drive, and Commissioner, that's in your district.
Yes, sir.
I was asked by Ms. McKnight about a week ago to come and speak to you all to address our homeless situation. I've lived in that area now for about 10 years, and I've actually had the opportunity to watch this situation kind of grow. The map that I have before you, if you all can see the cursor, I'll bring it in a little tighter. These are the residents on York Drive, York Way, York Lane that are primarily affected. The area that we're looking at is right at I-20 intersection with Washington Road. Here we've got on Washington Road we have a Circle K gas station, and I point that out because right behind it is their car wash, and the trees that are right behind there where my cursor is now is actually a camp that's been set up. The homeless population over the past 2 years has grown tremendously. I'm the president of our homeowners association, which is Dunnington, which is this area, as I showed you initially here. We receive, this is Hotel 6, which borders, our neighborhood borders along this fence line and along I-20. We've had one incident a while back with one of our units on York Lane where the residents there never saw the person. They just, they were out at 1 or 2 o'clock taking their dog out, and somebody started to yell at them. She looked, she didn't see anybody anywhere. She fell, scarred up her knees. I think the dog got hurt when she fell, on the dog, but that happened in this area right here around York Court. That same residents they've actually seen people on the Hotel 6 side at the fence line, standing in chairs, peering over the fence. That can result into a significant safety issue. I'm not here to say that, can y'all come get these homeless people and get them out of here. We need to do something. It's been one of my dreams, if I ever won the big Powerball, is to open some sort of homeless shelter to address the needs of those folks. So, it's kind of a keep us safety, them safe, keep us safe. That particular incident happened at those two incidents at 2607. We had another incident at 2636, which is on basically the opposite side of the neighborhood. If you all are familiar with the Mexican restaurant that's right here, that side, there's access to our perimeter fence where someone had come through and actually went into the backyard of one of the units that's used as rental property and just kind of set up home, on the patio. That could create a pretty significant, situation. We've had a lot of foot traffic, which I've personally seen. I was actually coming out of my unit, which is on up in the community around here, where we had I saw an individual that I didn't recognize come from between two of the units, and he just kind of went around to the back, and because I didn't know who he was, I went around to the back, and there was, again, another place in our fence where boards had been knocked out where they were using to enter and exit the community. Again, that can create a significant safety issue for both the residents and whoever that person is. One of the main reasons I came forward with this, I walk every morning. I go over to Warren Road Community Center, and I walk the track. It was the last part of last week. I saw two individuals who were obviously homeless. They had buggies in their cart, and they went and sit under the pavilion for several minutes. After I finished my walk, I walked up by the tennis courts and kind of looked into the woods, and they had, and I actually saw them this morning as well. They were kind of setting up camp in the woods right there by the community center, right next to the playground. So again, I wanted to bring that to you because that's real life for me, because that's where I live. I want on both sides of the situation for, the homeless to be looked at, and for also the residents to be safe. So I need something, I guess, from you all. Being on the board, they call me and ask me, what are we doing about this situation? And all I can tell them, the first thing I tell them, if they have a situation, to call the police. And in both those situations with 2607, they did, in fact, do that. But as far as, I learned that there is a homeless task force committee with the commission, and I advised them to call our commissioner and, make reference to what's going on, and to find out, where we go. So I'm seeking from you all, I guess, words to take back to our community on what's going on as far as the commission is concerned in our homeless.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggins. I'll tell you, they have called me, and a few have emailed. Actually, in the last week, I've gotten 2 emails and like 2 phone calls. So yes, I will say that the task force, and I'm going to turn to Commissioner Johnson in just a second. The task force is doing great work. The street committee that's been out doing, trying to locate each individual. But a lot of we have a mental health accessibility to help these people is what we need in this community. We need a day shelter. We need somewhere where they can go and be held accountable to. So I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Johnson, and I think that's coming. I'm going to let him kind of answer that. Commissioner Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you said it, you hit it right on the head. First of all, thank you, Mr. Wiggins, for coming forward today. The Homeless Task Force has been meeting every third Thursday at the Kroc Center for about a year now. And we've invited the community at large to come and give these types of reports so that we'll know exactly where to go. A couple things, and I'm going to be very brief, is that the Homeless Task Force has identified 3 areas that we need to make sure that we're talking about and putting action behind. And those are, how do we respond to homelessness? What are the gaps in services to eradicate homelessness? And then how do we have intentional affordable housing? A day center is a great idea, and I believe that there are some partners in this community that's willing to put money behind that. But more substantially, we got to get people housed. I'll tell you, the homeless task force has created for the first time in 20 years a collaborative effort between the marshal's office, the sheriff's office, code enforcement, the folks who touched our homeless population. They have gathered everybody together, and they've gone out in what they refer to as encampment teams. The IT department, the marshal's office, they've all put together an app to where you can go and see every encampment, and they have actually gone to those encampments to get folks to come and get services. Some of those attempts have been successful, some have not been successful. But as we know, when mental health plays a part, you have to continue to go out. One thing that this commission, the one thing that the city needs is wraparound services where mental health is concerned. A mental health court is one of them. We passed a Stepping Up initiative that says that we're not going to lock you up, and if we do, it's going to be for a short amount of time, but we're going to get you help. The thing is, the problem that we're facing in Washington Road has existed across Richmond County much longer than it existed in Washington Road. What we're finding is that folks are going to where the money is. And while they're not committing a crime by being in a public space, we understand that you all deserve to have a good quality of life as well. So the Homeless Task Force has put together strategies that will go before the commission this month. Next month, which is no surprise to the commission. We're going to look at those recommendations. The commission is going to have an opportunity to take a look at those, approve them so that we can start getting to work. But I will tell you, Mr. Wiggins, that some of the efforts that we've been putting together with these encampment teams have seen folks go back home. Folks came to Augusta and had no way to get back home. We helped them get back home. Some as close as Burke County, some as far as Pennsylvania. And so what I will say is that the work is getting done. We have to give it time to kick in, but the work is getting done, and the work is getting done before we've even approved this plan, because some of the low-hanging fruit, like helping people get back home, is something that we have always had the ability to do, but we've never had the framework in place to do that. One thing that I will say, and I'll close with this, Mr. Chairman, is that the Homeless Task Force is engaging, and the team of care is engaging this week in our point-in-time count. And what the point-in-time count is, we actually go out to encampments, we go out on the street, we go to the soup kitchens, we go everywhere that we know to go, and we count our homeless brothers and sisters one by one. We report those numbers to HUD, and then they, in turn, help us with the necessary resources to not put, a sandwich in their hand and some socks, but to get them housed. And that is the biggest thing here. We're literally working with the building with nothing in it. And that's not literal. We're talking figuratively, a room with nothing in it, with no framework. This task force had to put a framework in place to be able to even begin to address gaps in services, because the folks you're referring to have plenty gaps in services. And so I'll invite you and your neighbors and everyone else to the next Homeless Task Force meeting, which is going to be the 4th Thursday of March, because the 3rd Thursday is St. Patrick's Day, and I don't have to say what I'm going to say. But come on the 4th Thursday of March, 2 o'clock at the Kroc Center, and let's continue these efforts. And even after the plan is passed, the task force is going to continue to meet. But I offer the opportunity to meet with your association or whoever to kind of help give you some peace of mind here. But I want you to leave knowing that the work is getting done. We're just we're starting fresh, and sometimes that takes a little extra effort and a little extra time. But I appreciate you for coming, and Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield at this time.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Williams, I want to thank you for your coming out. Oh, somebody. Is anybody else? Just want to say thank you. Definitely reach out again as your representative, anything that's happening. But hopefully we're going to hear some new impactful ways that we're going to be making a difference here soon in March, as the Commissioner Johnson mentioned. So thank you.
All right, you're quite welcome. And if any of you ever looking for me, I also do some things for the county. I have a little space right next to the mayor's office, so feel free to stop in if you want to chat about it, anytime. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Colleagues, can I get a motion to receive his information?
Second.
Got a motion second. Voting, please. And I look forward to seeing some of my colleagues at the count on Wednesday, 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. Let's go.
It's unanimous.
And that concludes public services. Thank you.
You want to go ahead on and hand them out before he gets started with, yeah, on that end. Yeah, they have theirs.
Mr. Hassan,
Just start with Mr. Williams.
you gonna consent some of these? You waiting on Ms. Bonner?
Hey. No, sir, they're not.
Y'all say I don't need a mic.
Well, what we do have is we have some additional information that's being passed out to accompany item number 14 on the Administrative Services Committee. So please be mindful of that information. COVID-19 update, Vax Up Augusta program from the administrator.
Okay.
There's additional information.
All right, Ms. Martin, this
regarding
time,
that.
to the committee, I'd like to make a consent agenda, if you don't mind. That's item number 5, item number 6, item number 8, item number 10, and that's my consent agenda.
What about number 2? It's just
Number
a grant.
2, that's fine with me if the minister don't want to address it. Number 2 is fine. We can send it as well. Number 2, Ms. Bonner, 5, 6, 8,
And 10.
10, and 10.
Okay.
So
Voting.
moved.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Frenham.
Second.
Okay. Okay.
Can I get you to look at 11? 11, okay?
No, sir, I got some questions about that one.
Got some questions about
Yes, sir.
that? Yes, sir, no problem.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Okay.
Did he do 3?
No, he didn't. He just did 2. He didn't do 3.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Ben Hassan, Mr. Sean Frenham, and Ms. Francine Scott.
Okay. Ms. Bonner, we're going to go to item number 13 next.
Item 13
Yes,
is a
ma'am.
motion to approve Sand Hills redevelopment master plan.
Commissioner Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we put this on the agenda because for quite some time, the Sand Hills community has been seeing their neighborhood succumb to blight and just regular things that happen as time goes by. But we have come to a place, meeting with the neighborhood, meeting with key stakeholders to devise a redevelopment plan for the neighborhood. I believe the last time that something was presented to this magnitude was in 2004. I believe Commissioner Lee Beard was spearheading that effort. Unfortunately, we lost Commissioner Lee Beard, but today we have an opportunity to move some of his ideas forward. And Director Hawthorne Welcher and the kind folks at JLA and the neighborhood is here as well. Find individuals to kind of lead us through this conversation about what revitalizing Sand Hills looks like. And then after they do their presentation, I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, we can have further conversation. But if it's in order, we would like to have Director Welcher begin the presentation, but that's on your call.
Yes, Commissioner Bobby Williams, you have some comments, questions, or something?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Welcher.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, other members of the commission. So we are excited to sort of stand before you really on several fronts. I think the first thing we'll say is we did come before you all in January of 2020. And at that time, we asked for your approval to be able to work with the community of Sand Hills to sort of take a look at potential revitalization for an area that really had gone unspoken and sort of forgotten about from a period of impact and revitalization. At that time in January of 2020, we asked to be able to use federal funding to be able to move to start that first step. And that first step was to go back and dust off a 2004 master plan and to sort of look at enhancing and improving that. Today we stand before you almost 2 years in, saying that we've been very successful based on your approval that you've given us in working through and beside JLA who will come and sort of present some of the findings that we find, as well as sort of some of the progressive pictorials of what we think are very impactful. But with that, we stand with the community of Sand Hills saying that, hey, there are other areas of Augusta, Richmond County at some point, if the body approves, that should be looked at, that are allowing us to be able to transform neighborhoods truly back into thriving communities. So Sand Hills is at that point. We think that this gives us a framework. And at the end of the day, what I will say to it is this is a master plan and a beginning. So with that, let me turn it over to JLA to sort of provide some presentational findings.
Thank you, Hawthorne. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Brett Harbison. I'm with JLA, a landscape architect down there. So I want to add on to what Mr. Welcher started with that, but this plan's purpose is to guide the public and private development and investment into the Sand Hills community. This is a conceptual guide and a roadmap for the future of this area. And it's a fluid document that will be ever changing as different plans come forward. So what we're showing right here is basically just the background information of the Sand Hills area. It's a mixed use area as is, composed of single family residential, multifamily houses, some business, some public institution, green space, and then a lot of vacant land in the area as well. Vacant land composing about 15% of the area. So this is an existing land use map. It follows the zoning very closely, with the majority of the Sand Hills community being single family residential. That's highlighted with the yellow here. And then the gray highlights a lot of the vacant land and the parcels that are just out there to be developed, ready for something to happen on. So part of the process, we went and we did a window survey of the entire area. So Alex Reynolds, landscape architect with JLA, got on her bicycle and rode through the community and went through every house, every lot on property. With that, we were able to identify some houses that are in good condition, some that are fair condition, and then the vacant properties as well. So what this slide highlights right here is some of the good condition, some of the properties that have been improved lately, and what those are looking like. The next slide shows some of the structures that are in fair condition. To call it fair condition, we said that these houses were in good structural condition, just need a little bit of TLC, maybe a roof, maybe some paint, maybe some landscape to improve in those areas. So the next slide is what we get into it. It's going to be some examples of what this master plan composes of and some of the elements we're looking to incorporate. So this is some proposed entry signage we're looking at for the community. As you see these in other areas in Augusta, such as Old Town, Harrisburg, Somerville. But on the left, we have a monument sign. These will be located at intersections of high traffic, such as the Wheeler Road and Berkman's area. On the right side is a picture of a little bit smaller sign, but just letting you know you entered the neighborhood and giving you a sense of arrival and a branding to the Sand Hills community. This is our artistic rendering of what the improvements along Bransford and Oakland Avenue would look like. We'd be adding the entry signage to this, some small landscaping to highlight that signage. New or resurfaced sidewalks, probably a lot of new sidewalks in the area to bring up to ADA compliance with the detectable warnings, as well as adding landscaping and street trees throughout the streets with new lighting. This is a shot at what Berkman's and Highland will look like. Again, this will be a monument sign because this is a high traffic area. New sidewalks, landscaping at the intersection, grass strips along the right-of-way, along with street trees and lighting as well. This next slide is a look at what Fleming Avenue, the new corridor. This is as you approach from AU and from the college side, from Somerville campus. So as you enter the Sand Hills area, this will be some improvements we will make along Fleming. Looking at reducing the road width there to accommodate for multi-use trails, bicycle and pedestrian traffic from the university, as well as adding some signage and landscaping and light poles to improve that circulation. So with that, I'll bring Hawthorne back up and we'll entertain any questions you may have.
Yes.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Scott, go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, and I just want to give a little bit of history on my end. Commissioner Fenoy and myself met with the community probably 4 or 5 years ago, and they're very passionate, and I think it's needed to do some of these things, and they really want to see it happen. So I think that, you know, as a body, we really need to support this. I will say that, and I can't remember their names, but there was a landowner that owned so much of the property there. Some of that, you know, I know they were difficult to work with. I know there's just a lot of history there, but at the same respect, maybe they're at a different state of where they are with their property, because I know they own a lot of properties. So I think if we're going to continue that discussion, we probably have to bring them to the table as well. But yeah, I just want to be supportive of it, because I remember meeting multiple times with the community at the church, and they're very passionate. I think we need to see what we can do to put resources toward this area in the near future.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to motion to approve the redevelopment master plan.
Second.
It keep going off by itself.
It's unanimous.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bonner. Item number 3, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 3, discuss grant agreement to Payne College regarding COVID-19 services.
Commissioner Jordan Johnson. Is he there?
I'm talking too much today, Commissioner. Thank you again. This item, in 2020, this body granted Payne College some money for COVID-related services, COVID prevention services, and all of this item is requesting is to extend the deadline for their to expend to 60 days. So this is not talking about new money. This isn't talking about giving them anything extra. We're just asking to extend the time from this contract an additional 60 days for them to be able to expand. Of course, they had to close a couple times, and they've been hit by COVID just like we all have been, but they need additional time to complete what they told us that they're going to complete.
Motion to approve if we can do it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't have a problem with that. Mr. Turner, would you need a specific date and time, or 60 days is sufficient?
I would say 60 days from passage. So I would say by the end of April 30th would provide, I think, the adequate amount of time.
So that means the motion is sufficient then?
I would suggest
motion to approve to April 30th deadline.
And if I could also add, Mr. Chairman, to have the law department amend the contract to reflect the changes that we make today.
Okay.
we can provide a draft by next. We'll provide a draft to the office of the clerk prior to the next issuance of the agenda.
Okay. Ms. Bonner, you have the motion now?
I do, sir.
All right. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 4, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 4 is a motion to approve Housing and Community Development Department's request to provide home funding to rehabilitate one low to moderate income rental unit.
No.
Motion approved.
Motion to second. Yeah. With just oversight, yeah. Item number 7 too, Ms. Bonner. We have a motion to approve it as well.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Item number 7. Once we vote, I'm sorry. Moving a little fast, right?
Yes, sir. Extremely. It's unanimous. And where you headed?
Item number 7.
You got to read it first.
I'd like to. Motion to approve Housing and Community Development Department's request to provide a HOPWA funding to rehabilitate one low to moderate income rental unit.
Second.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You voting?
In process. It's in progress. It's unanimous.
Okay. Item number 9, Ms. Bonner.
Oh, okay, good. Item number 9.
May I ask a question, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did we approve number 8?
We did.
We did.
Okay.
We consented number 8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, I'll ask you a question later on.
Number 9, request to lift mask mandate in all local government buildings in Augusta, Richmond County.
Commissioner McKnight?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring this to your attention again today. We've been on a mask mandate now for 4 months, and talked to people throughout government buildings who are anxious and ready to see this lifted. I do know that I've done some homework and looked over some things over the weekend, and I do know that the cases of COVID have been reported down, more so now than any other time. I also know that infections are dropping, hospital capacity has gotten better, deaths have decreased, and I do think at this time that we need to allow ourselves to lift this mandate. We know that COVID will be around for a long, long time, but with common sense, I believe that it's safe to say that people will wear a mask, even if voluntarily. But as far as continuing this mandate here, we're getting ready to move into some warm weather, which will be good. But I would like to, encourage my colleagues to support me on lifting the mask mandate. If we find out, down the road that numbers are getting high and people are in the hospital and skyrocket numbers of deaths, then we go back to it. I've never been one to mandate, but I just think that it's time now to lift this. Thank you.
Commissioner McKnight, let me make a comment. Commissioner Bob, but let me go to make a comment first. Commissioner, I don't disagree with you that all of this headed in the right direction, but I will tell you we're not out in the woods just yet. Even though we're heading in that direction, I was in the hospital in the emergency room from 12 o'clock to 9 o'clock last Saturday with my granddaughter. Actually, she was in there because they had me waiting outside the building, and it was crowded for most of that time. I do believe, in all honesty, we probably about a month out for that happen, and I'd rather, for me personally, on a personal note, I'd rather hold it in place for that other month or so, as opposed to remove it and we have it a flare back up, which could possibly happen one way or the other. But that's just where I am. I'm not opposed to it, but at this time I am, because I think we're heading in the right direction. And we can look at this thing in about another month, because I think we are headed in that direction. Anybody got any other comments?
So we're looking at March 20, mid-March? Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am. No, I'm not going to put a timeline on it, because I think we're just heading in the right direction. The administrator want to make a comment. Go ahead, Mr. Administrator.
So listen, I'm a short timer, and so I would likely not be here when y'all make that final decision. But I would want you to make sure that as you make the decision, especially because it's impacting public buildings, that you monitor not only what's happening in the community, but what's happening inside of our walls. So as you know, we've actually had to shut down offices, close early, adjust our operations because our staff has been hit with COVID. And so these restrictions have nothing to do with the outside world, outside of government. It is solely for the protection of your staff to ensure that with our open posture, they're able to show up every day and continue to deliver that service. The sooner you remove that mask mandate and you endanger more of your staff, the harder it's going to be to deliver world-class services. That would be my only input.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott, you were there with you?
Receive as information.
Second.
May I say one more thing?
Good, please.
Okay. And thank you for that, Mr. Administrator. We do have people that work employees that work here in the building. We know that when they leave here, they go, Publix, Walmart, the mall, wherever you have, and there's no mask mandate in these places. So, they come back into the building to work, and, other places that they go after work and before they come to work, there's no mask mandates in other places. So, this is something that probably will be continuing for a long, long time. I mean, so it seems to be. So at some point, we're going to have to do something to lift it. And I'll work with you, colleagues, if you want to revisit this in another month. You know where I stand on it, but like Commissioner Scott said, we'll receive his information.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Can we do it without objection? Okay, we're voting.
Yep.
Can we do it with the acclamation, Commissioner Sun?
Yes, ma'am, that's fine.
Okay, without objection.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay. Number 11, Ms. Bonner.
Item number 11 is the motion to approve a memorandum of understanding for downtown maintenance between Augusta, Georgia and the Augusta Downtown Development Authority.
Yes, Mr. Administrator, the questions I have about this is in terms of number one, is the $500 for the 3-year life of the program, or is that a annual investment?
That's a single investment of $500,000. That language, I know that the attorney had some language questions that he had, and I know that our partners at the DDA accepted all of those changes, so that clarity is included. And the $500,000 is a one-time allocation that they can utilize over the life of the program.
So now, are we talking? Are these two separate allocations?
No, one allocation.
And that's for a period of 3 years.
Correct.
Okay.
That way they can utilize those funds for the life of the American Rescue Plan.
Okay. Well, I see you have here the project description, general maintenance, blight, collaboration campaign, code evaluation and recommendations, and providers to be determined by the authority. Can they? Do they have any idea at this particular time what their cruise is going to look like in terms of just doing the body of work? Do you know where they have that?
So I think we've had those conversations. One of the things, and they're here, so I'll defer to them. I know that they have looked at contracting this out to a partner similar to ACE, maybe ACE or someone of that nature. Since we wouldn't actually navigate that procurement for them, I'd likely not want to have that conversation on the floor because it is a procurement process. But I would look at that ACE model and say that that is likely similar to what we would expect to receive.
Okay. Well,
I'll defer to the DDA for additional comments.
Yeah, Ms. Woodard, and I'm sorry, Mr. James Hefner. Couldn't think of the last name. Hefner. Just based on some of the questions that I posed just now, can you answer that? He answered the fact about the resources. We're talking about the cleanup crews and everything. 'Cause I know you, Ms. Woodard, you're used to that bid process you had some years ago, and so is this similar in nature? Have you looked at how much staff you're going to have, and have you all talked to the engineering department? Because I know they are involved downtown as well, and this is going to be a collaborative effort. Them understanding what you're going to be responsible for, and you understanding what they're going to be responsible for. And I'm not sure whether recreation is involved downtown as well, in recreation. So have you all communicated with them in terms of what you all are going to do down there? Has that happened?
Yes, sir. We met with Dr. Malik several weeks ago and got a very clear picture of what each department did downtown, what was funded and what was not funded, and we got a great description on the schedule for the TIA projects.
Okay. All right, well, I make a motion to approve. I'm sorry, somebody got to make the motion, right?
Motion to approve.
Second. I'm sorry, Attorney Brown, I'm sorry.
Legal has also been working on this, been conferring with financing, and we have some communication with DDA, and the DDA and legal have agreed on an update from this. That's why it's a draft. We just have a few touching elements that we will have ready for the meeting next week, but we do need to finish up that review.
So how do you recommend we just pass it or receive that information? What do you recommend at this point?
Moving on without recommendation. Legal will not be opposing it. We just need to tighten up the agreement just a little bit more.
Can I get that in a motion, form of a motion?
So moved based on
Second.
attorney.
Voting, Ms. Bonner. We'll get a new chair, Ms. Bonner.
You just got a good echo, that's all.
That's what it is. Hello.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. I think we got that. I'm trying to cherry pick before we get into the heavy lifting here.
Okay, yeah.
Item number 14, Ms. Bonner.
Item 14 is a presentation, Vax Up Augusta plus COVID situational report.
Mr. Administrator?
Yes, sir. So definitely a timely update following the mask removal request. I wanted to highlight just some of the updates as we close out the program as committed, and you are more than welcome to receive this as information. But I did just want to highlight the efforts of the commission to allocate more than $1.5 million in hopes of having 10,000 total shots across the county. Instead, what you'll see from the report is although you allocated about $1.5 million to do 10,000 shots, we actually came in about $640,000 under budget. In addition to coming in under budget, we had 20,000 first doses, which was not necessarily required, but was an additional outcome. We also had about 20,000, a little under 20,000 of fully vaccinated folks, doubling what your expectations were. And we had 33,000 additional shots that occurred during that time, giving us a total of 73,000 total shots in arms, making our community much safer than expected and coming in well under budget. One thing that I do want to highlight is that the effort that was consented at the funds for the additional staff position in the court, that is proposed to be allocated from American Rescue Plan funds, and specifically these funds that were underspent, meaning that those additional costs would simply come from these unallocated funds, or these funds that they were obligated but not expended. And so instead of pulling them fully into the pot, you would just simply remove the funds for that position out of here, since it's also a COVID mitigation effort. And so with that, just again wanted to thank the commission for your leadership in making sure that Richmond County residents are safer, and also highlighting that despite many of the public critics who initially tried to tank the program, we've had some extraordinary outcomes, and thanks to your leadership, we're much safer. That concludes my report.
Okay. Commissioner Franklin, you have a question?
More of a, one question. What is our percentage in Richmond County now?
I think it's up to.
Is it 39? Is that?
We're up to fully vaccinated at about 43%. We expect that because they come out at the end of the week. We're going to be closer to about 45.
Yeah.
When I think we were at sub 30 at the time. So that's a pretty big jump.
Okay. And then the only other thing is just about, I know we're talking tomorrow about different things, but I would love to understand how many of the positions are funded under the American Rescue Funds, and then where do they go after that? Or are they just to the rescue? Or do they stop?
That's right. That was what the commission, that's right. The commission has stated that at the end of the program, those positions go away. Of course, you can change your mind. I mean, we're talking a couple of years down the line when those funds expire. You may want to keep them, you may not.
But and not only this area, but I think there's some other areas that we've done that, right, as well, through the American Rescue Funds where
so I think you have 2 in, so it's probably a total of 7. 2 in finance, 4 in the judicial system. You just added 1 for 5. And so that total of 7, so you've got 4 in the judicial system plus 1, and then the 2 in finance. And so once that program is over, that's that.
Yeah,
they either go away or you decide to keep them, but the plan now and the direction for the commission is for those to go away.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that's where the commission needs to understand. We know we funded these positions, and what are we going to do in 2 years when the resources aren't there? So.
Yeah, and I would just say that the only reason you funded these positions is to mitigate COVID. And so the expectation, I think I just heard one of the commissioners state that COVID is going to be here for a while, but our mitigation efforts are to reduce it and move on. And so the expectation is when the funding goes away, so do those positions.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? Can we get to receive this information without any objection?
Motion to receive
Without any objections?
information.
Did I get that right, Ms. Bonner?
You did, sir. Thank you.
All right. Item number 1.
Item number 1 is a motion to approve SPLOS 8 timeline.
Mr. Administrator.
Well, again, as the administrator, I have no comments on this. I think we put together a fairly robust program that aligns with SPLOS 7 and all of your other capital projects to get those things on the road. But there was some heartburn about the timeline from some of the commissioners. And so at this time, staff is awaiting any direction that you may have, or because there have been some offline conversations which I think may have cleared up some of those issues, you could also make a motion to approve. Either way, we stand ready to assist.
Okay. My question, Mr. Administrator, is I know normally when we have a SPLOS, especially when it's about to become active, normally the government goes out and begin to bond for some of the projects. So where are we on terms of bonding, and how much money are we talking about bonding?
Yeah, I think we're at 25. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure I get you that exact number. 33,000 is where I mean, 33 million is where we are bonding, and I believe we've already completed that process, correct? That's second quarter of this year.
Okay.
So it's been set in that schedule, but it'll be second quarter before those funds are officially received.
Okay. So in terms of that, so we're about to bond potentially bond 2 things. We're about to bond potentially for train, and we're about to within another 90 days, 60, 40 days, we'll be looking at potentially.
Oh, you mean separately? I see what you're saying.
But I know they're separate.
No, I didn't understand what you were saying.
Yeah,
You're right.
So my
I get it
question
now.
is, so how does that impact us in any form or fashion? We're going to be a little over $33 million for the SPLOS, and then we're talking about potentially $25 million for train. Does that affect our rating in any form or fashion?
Well, so I think this is, you heard from or you may not have heard from the pension committee. They were talking about a different subject, but just talking about the market now. And I think we are prepared to enter in the bond market appropriately. One, because of our great fiscal management and our strong fiscal position. So we are primed to take advantage of these rates before they begin to skyrocket. I think we've been seeing a lot of that, not only in the news, but also in some of the documents that we've shared. So we're in a strong position, but I do think it impacts our future decisions on what type of projects or if we're going to have to go to the bond market again. You know, there is a limit on the direction that you can go, but you have SPLOST and you have train, and for the foreseeable future, we don't see another reason to enter into that market, at least for these types of projects.
Okay. Commissioner Frantham?
I guess my question is, who determined the years and how the allocations would be?
So that came from my office, but based on the SPLOST conversations that we had at the beginning. One is based on the amount that you will receive on an annual basis. You got about 32.5 million, excuse me, about 32.5 million annually that you collect. So if you look at the projects and the types of projects in year one, it is to collect so that you can go to the design of certain projects or to continue others. One example of that that jumps out to me is the East Augusta drainage. You know, we just recently allocated funds through engineering to go ahead and continue that project. And so you'll continue those type of projects that are active, go to designs for others, so that in the following years you can go to construction. So it's a staff recommendation, but it's not a determination. The determination is the affirmative vote of the commission.
Mr. Minister, I don't see nobody that's up there. Just what you just said. Do you remember what phases that was of East Augusta and how much that was?
Ooh, I remember you did about 6.2 million, if I'm not mistaken, of reallocations, and then that would carry over to be the bridge to SPLOST 8.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I know I saw $6 million in here out of SPLOST for 5 and 6, and then we got something for $2 million for for 3 and 4, or 4 and 5. Or
That's right.
Something like that. Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, I think you probably pretty much just answered my question, my final question, and that is, does anything in your mind preclude us from go ahead and when bonding time come to go ahead? Because I do think, based on some conversation with some of my colleagues, we still want to move some projects around. Probably not going to bust the bank with the $33 million that we're looking at, and so we just take this as information until they can sit down and have a conversation. Like Ms. Donna, she done touched the roof on that one, Mr. Administrator. You mind her weighing in on this one?
Yeah, I think
she almost hit the roof on that one.
I think the timeline is put in that way so that you can give us approval to go to the bond market. If you have adjustments that you like to make that you're not prepared to do now, these are living, breathing documents. So it's not, there's no decision for the most part that the commission makes that you can't undo and or adjust, especially with SPLOST. I think it's a great example, just using the East Augusta drainage, because we just talked about that. That was a decision that you made almost a decade ago, and so you came back about a month or two ago and you actually made adjustments on how you're going to reallocate those funds. And so I think you could do that based on any particular project in that timeline. It is just your plan. And so if you wanted to come back and say, we want to move X, which is in year 2, and move it to year 4, it doesn't preclude you doing that. It's just the numbers have to add up. If you're only collecting $32.5 million a year, you have to make sure that what you collect in that year adds up. And so you could move a single project or a group of projects.
Okay, with that being said, can I get a motion?
I'm going to agree with what you said. I'm going to make a motion to receive this information because I am not ready to support this at this time.
Well, Ms. Donna, let me hear what you got to say, too, along with that, because I know she's going to hit the roof. Mr. Administrator, if you don't mind, let me talk to Ms. Donna for a minute.
At the least, refer to the full commission without a recommendation, because there's a couple of questions I need to ask.
Okay.
Offline.
Ms. Donna, go ahead.
And I think that may be a path forward, but until there is a plan adopted, nothing moves forward.
Okay.
So we've already got, requests and projects that, have been approved. We've seen agenda items for, to start the bid process on a project, but until there is a timeline, finance cannot approve those items. So it's just reiterating what Mr. Donald has said to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Give me a motion based on that, commissioners.
I make a motion we send it to full commission with no recommendation.
Okay. All right. Second. But be mindful of that, Ms. Bond, before we vote this amendment. Be mindful that we need to make changes we need to make. We need to kind of make them to give them a better feel. We can, I guess, make the adjustments later.
Tomorrow, it's part of my discussion tomorrow, the why some of this is.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Administrator, go ahead.
Yes, so I would say to that end, so the commission is not giving any direction for tomorrow. So the items that I plan to bring before you tomorrow are key areas for which either decisions need to be made or just areas to follow up from questions that the commission has posed publicly. If you're looking for background information as to each decision on those SPLOST 8 timelines, likely would not be prepared to deliver that tomorrow. So I can answer maybe some high-level questions or whatnot, but to go through $250 million in projects, I'm not prepared to do that and likely wouldn't be able to. So.
I still ask him. He can say that he doesn't know or whatever.
Okay, that's fine. Do we have a motion, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. To move forward to the full commission with no recommendation.
All right, voting.
That motion carries unanimously.
This one, the last one, Ms. Bonner, is item number 12.
Item 12 is Ms. Janice Ramirez regarding policies negatively impacting our community.
Ms. Ramirez, how you doing, ma'am, today?
I'm doing fine, thank you, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. Ms. Rivera, it's 2:42 by my watch. You have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. So one of the issues that continues to be a problem is the fact that the different offices and suites have been weaponizing the police, and I'll explain more what I mean when I say that. And so, if you go to an office and the people that you encounter are not willing to resolve your concerns, they will call the Marshal's Department. And so the last time I was here, we look at the issues, and like I've said before, we look at George Floyd and we see what happens when you call the police and you put everybody in danger. And some of what the gentleman was saying earlier, when we look at the homeless population, well, if you call the police, it can end up bad for a lot of people. And so my experience is that people have been calling the Marshal's Department, right? And so and making false reports about me. Now, I don't want to be specific because I don't know if I have that permission to do so. And I've been making requests that have gone unheard. And so I've gone to, and I'll give you an example, the administrator's office. And recently I was told that I was going to have a meeting with some folks, and I can name them if you would like me to. And I went to the administrator's office to get clarification, right? Because this policy that you have negatively impacts the community, right? Because if you can call the police when I come to the municipal building and they follow me out and they harass me, and so that the office, whoever calls, gets your way, which is having me removed, or whoever it is, whatever citizen comes into this building, then that is a problem with policy. And so I had a situation where someone in the municipal building called the Marshal's Department and said, can you send somebody here because this person is being unruly? And we understand what unruly means. And that kind of language is loaded. And if you can call the Marshal's Department and they come to a situation where somebody is unruly, then perhaps somebody might end up, in an unfortunate situation, right? And so I had a meeting with people, because you all know, I'm sure, that I've been trying to get meetings with a lot of people in this building, right? A lot of things get done around the citizen, despite the fact that we asked you for all this help and assistance, and you're here to help us, right? I sat in a meeting recently where I was told, we're going to answer all your questions. We're going to resolve all your problems. And then at the end of the meeting, I ended up where I started at. So that's like, an issue. Now, another issue that I have is the mask policy. Absolutely unacceptable, because the Marshal's Department ends up being the enforcer of masks, right? And so instead of doing something very useful with their time, they're out here trying to police people for not wearing masks. And I heard one officer in the municipal building say that he will escort a certain person out of the building for not wearing a mask. So we look at the policies that you have in place that are negatively impacting the community, and that is especially one of them. And like Commissioner McKnight said, people will automatically wear masks. You don't have to make them do it. Most people are going to do it anyway because, it's a preference at this point, not necessarily shouldn't be a requirement. So I asked the commission to, at some point, help me out with the different offices that I visit, right? And the fact that the people who look like me are weaponizing the police, similar to what we say other people do to us. Okay, so if an office, and I'll just use, for example, the clerk of commission's office can call the police, right? Have one escorted out of the building.
Hold on, you got 5 minutes though, Bob. You got to respect the 5 minutes.
Yeah, so
let her do it 5 minutes.
She needs to tell us what she needs.
Bob,
okay, so what I need is,
I'm gonna get that, Bobby.
She needs to tell us what she needs.
Right. Okay. So when I go to your offices, I need you to come outside and show your face. I've been to the mayor's office. I don't know how many times. I haven't seen him. I've been to the mayor's office. I'm sure you've been in there when I've been there, but you guys won't exit show your faces. I've been to the administrator's office. I've tried to speak with people in the administrator's office. These people will call the Marshal's Department because I am there. So I want you to show your face, right? Show the citizens that you're hearing us and actually do something about it. The issues that we have, instead of having us sit on the phone with you and do nothing at the end of the day. How about having people stop weaponizing the police? the marshal's department, because you put the marshal in a bad position and you put the office. You look bad when I look at you as a citizen, and the people that I talk to think the same thing. And if I haven't been able to find the administrator, for example. I've gone to his office I don't know how many times. And I know it feels like a Where's Waldo situation where I'm looking for this guy in this book of all these lookalikes and I cannot find him. It's a situation like that. Right? So I want you.
Mr. Ramirez.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to say Ms. Janice because that's probably easier for me. The other part gets, here's what I want to do. And I want to say this for the public as well because the public may not be aware of this. And then we're going to go ahead. I'm going to try to entertain this until we can get some resolution to it as best we can today. And that is, I know you have been visiting several offices. You don't have to respond. You get a chance to talk because I'm going to come back to you. And that is, I know just recently you went to the clerk's office for sure, and I think you wanted to come back on the agenda to talk about some things previously. The clerk sent you information about the code saying that any issue that any citizen had addressed, that you cannot address that issue because we all have that email and you're aware of that you cannot address that issue again within a 90-day time frame. With that being said, but you can come back and address anything else, just not that issue. So my question is, to Commissioner Bobby Williams' thing, what are you actually asking for? In short, in brief.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Administrator. Go ahead, Mr. Administrator. Because I want to resolve this so we'll know where to move forward going forward.
And so, listen, I think there have been some meetings with Ms. Ramirez. I have not been a part of them and had no intention on it because during our last meeting, and I'll be brief, we were clear that there was a court action that was in place and there was also funds received for rehab from HUD. Those actions cannot be revisited and the consolidated government's hands are tied in that manner. And so with that information being relayed in this public place, in this public setting, which I'm doing again right now on record, showing up at meetings across the government and demanding meetings and not being a, easily to resolve issue when the portion that the government can handle is now out of our hands, there is nothing we can do. And so if you provide to Ms. Ramirez or any citizen that we cannot further address this issue, and so we have to let the courts take their path, then we can't do anything further. If you refuse to leave an office or a space in which we are trying to conduct the business of the public, then we do have to get some assistance from, in the cases mentioned, the marshal's office. That is the appropriate way to handle things. For example, the administrator, as a very large male, cannot be engaged in removing someone from the administrator's office. The appropriate manner is to get a third party to assist. And so we want to make sure we provide that level of clarification when we have some of these flamboyant remarks thrown around.
Do you mind if I?
Hold on, ma'am. Hold on.
And so I just wanted to make sure that we provided that clarification. In addition to that, there is a mask mandate in place, whether people agree with it or not. When the commission rules on something like that, it is policy. That means it is no longer an option. It means you have to abide by the policy, rules, and regulations of the commission. It means I don't have a say in that. It means different commissioners don't have a say in that. We have to abide by those rules and regulations for which we do. And so everyone has to participate in that.
Well, so let me ask you this, Mr. Administrator. You made mention on the onset of your comments, you said something about being in the hands of the court. Are you at liberty to speak to what are you saying exactly that's in the hands of the court?
We went over that in detail at the last meeting. So there was the courts actually took action on the item that came before us, and I think I asked Ms. Laney to return to the chambers. I don't think she's here right now.
She's here.
If she can come.
Mr. Laney, can you come over this side, please?
Yeah, please do. And so because of that, as well as when we talk about utilizing rehab funds, because that's also important, once HUD issues funding for rehab, then they would not provide a duplicate. I think the other piece that we mentioned at our last meeting is that those funds were provided to the father, and so unless a power of attorney or he provides the ability for Ms. Ramirez to actually be that person, there is no business that we can encounter with her because she is not the owner of said property. And so those types of nuances are very important to discuss on the record.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Administrator. And what we want to do is kind of put some
So, excuse me, sir. If I may,
hold up, ma'am. Hold up.
You guys are talking about things I'm not talking about, is what I'm saying. I'm not here about.
What my intention today, ma'am, is because to keep you from going to all these offices to resolve this issue. So when you leave out of the door, you will know exactly what the government is going to do and what the government is not going to do. Now, if you don't want that, I'm going to move on to another item.
Sir,
Ms. Bonner, my agenda, this meeting is closed, Ms. Bonner. The administrative service chair is we closed. We through. We see this information.
Adjourned.
All righty.
Before the committee disband, item number 12 is being received as information without objection. Okay, that's Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Hassan, Mr. Franham, and Ms. Scott. Are we okay? Thank you. Okay.
Ms. Bonner, are you ready for me to proceed?
I am, sir.
All right, I would like to call engineering services to order, please. Are there any additions or deletions before we get started?
Yes, sir. We have one addendum item. I think everyone has been given a copy. It's to correct effective date for the Augusta infrastructure routine maintenance, storm drainage, sidewalk, street lighting, and concrete work contracted from May 1st, 2022 to January 1st, 2022. Requested by Augusta Engineering Department.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. And also, I would like to move item number 6 to the first meeting in March, first committee meeting.
First committee, March. Okay. Number 6, okay.
Yeah. Can you talk to your mic?
It cuts off itself for some reason. Can you actually bring back the current list that they have for areas that they've already have in the queue as well? That would be for the utilities director when you come back with this, okay?
Okay. With that noted, we'll move that to the first meeting in March. And I'd like to consent items 3 and 7 if there are no objections.
That's what I was going to ask. Motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Sun and Mr. Johnson, Mr. Sun.
Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. Ms. McKnight, can we get you to cast your vote? That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we start with the addendum item, and then we'll go top to bottom?
Okay. We're addressing the addendum item as read.
I entertain a motion to approve the date change.
Motion to approve.
Just a moment.
Oh.
Did we? Yeah. Is Dr. Malik?
He is.
Let's make sure, because this is what we were given.
Yes. Yeah, it was supposed to have started in January. Instead of starting in May, it's supposed to start in January. It's for continuance of the contract.
Oh, we're changing it to January.
Yes, that's right.
Instead of May. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the error when it was approved. So.
Okay, we got it.
We're good, Ms. Bonner? We're good?
We got it.
Okay, motion to approve.
Okay,
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner?
okay. It's unanimous.
All right, let's start with item number 1.
Item 1 is a presentation by Mr. David Rozier regarding rainwater runoff flooding property. No proper sewer system in place.
Mr. Rozier, if you'll approach. And once you get here, if you'll state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is David Rozier Jr. I live on 4550 Mike Paget Highway for 50 years. I've been having problems for 20 years. When they went from 2 lanes to 5 lanes, water been flooding our property for 20 years. And I've been calling and calling. I haven't got no yet. Water done damaged our property. There's 4 houses there, and all us family. 4 houses for family. I'll be honest about it, when they did that, they did it on purpose. They didn't put no drain down for us. You know.
What do you mean they did it on purpose?
Because they didn't put no drain down.
Well, I know the road pitch right there kicks to the inside.
Let me tell you, they raised it about 4 feet high. Our driveway about 4 feet high. Our house sitting in the bottom.
Right.
And they put guardrails and dirt and rocks. And on my driveway, all them dirt and rocks. I bought some scrub and put on there. I had to order a gas drill to drill a hole to put my scrubber down and scrub it down because there's no more rocks down there.
Well, I hope you do understand that that wasn't a City of Augusta project. That was Georgia Department of Transportation.
Whoever it was, they caused a problem.
Well, I understand that.
I think Maurice and Tasha have been coming here because I've been making a lot of phone calls. And several engineers been out there.
That's right.
It nothing happened yet.
me tell
you this. One of the engineers come out there and Glisson and Guy, they came out there. They came up with a plan. I said, now they going to take care of 3 driveways. I said, we got 5 driveways. You need to go all the way back. He said, I'm not going no further than this. And then the plan they come up with wasn't going to work because the rain still going to be going back in the property. So they turned it over to Michael Taylor. So Michael Taylor, I called him. He said the plan he got, he's going to try to get the water run across the opposite side of the road. And then he said, I can't do it now because we got power lines down there, and we don't have that in our budget to move the power line for me to do my job. But I get back with you in July. Yeah.
How long ago was that?
Back in probably January or December.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Malik is here. He is the director of engineering. He's the one that you probably need to have this conversation with specifically you've stated the problem on the record now, and I'd like to just direct that you two have a conversation, and that way we can at least try to see how we can get a remedy for this, even though it is a state highway.
Yeah, that's why I think Maurice and Natasha bring me down here, because I can put it out, y'all can hear me. Then I can go from there. If no action, I can go from there.
Well, I'm not sure how much Parks and Rec can help you on this one, but
but that's what I'm saying now. I can put it out, then I can go from here. Whatever move I want to make, then I can do it.
Well, I think Dr. Malik is here, and I think that it would be good for you to get in contact with him, and hopefully we can find you a solution, Mr. Rozier. Guess we will receive this as information, Ms. Bonner.
Okay.
Without objection.
Okay. Where are we going, sir?
We'll go top to bottom.
Top to bottom, okay. Item number 2, receive and consider KAB program options and provide staff direction.
All right, I think Director Strayer is here to speak towards this.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So the KAB program officially ended December 31st. It was a 3-year program. And so you officially have to reinstate it. But the number one call I get from y'all is regarding blighted properties. So I just want to give you the option of either continuing the program or using those funds to improve the blight situation.
How much does this program cost per year?
Right now it's budgeted at $340,000.
How many blighted properties could we clean up with that?
We just split it evenly in your packet there. You could do about 20 more houses and mow 1,000 more yards and put 2 full-time litter crews out on the road.
All right, Commissioner Hassan, you have a question?
Yeah, I made a motion to receive this information because I'm ready to make the kind of decision just yet to look at it. I think they were supposed to be putting $400,000 a year to get down dilapidated houses. I'm not sure we're meeting those quotas just yet to get this done. I think you got 3 options there, and we just kind of look at it and make a decision at a later time to receive that information. That's for me.
Do you want to move this forward to the full commission?
No, I didn't receive that information at this time for me.
Are there any other options? Anybody else on the committee want to chime in on this?
I mean, Mr. Chairman, I've only heard one option, which is, I guess is what we're saying is shut down, but I don't know if there are any other options that the director can present. Are there any other options, or is that the only option that we're talking about right now? It's not renewing and then taking the money and using it for blight.
That's my 2 recommendations, is that you either continue the program or you use the money for blight.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right. Attorney Brown.
Sir.
You're in the queue.
Oh, no.
All right. Well, if there's no further conversation, then I guess we will receive this as information.
Okay.
Without objection.
Item number 4, presentation by Mr. Moses Todd regarding the proposed streetlight ordinance.
Good evening or good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and Commission.
Mr. Todd, if you'll read your name and record, or name and address into the record, please.
Sure. My name is Moses Todd. I live at 2115 Nolan Connector, Augusta, Georgia, 30909.
Thanks, sir.
Yes.
All right, you can proceed.
Yes. I have 5 minutes. I'll try to finish up in 1 minute. So I have some other things I'd like to say. So you know, in the last meeting, it was referred that it was time to pay the piper as far as streetlight fees go, and my thoughts on it when I heard that was that, you know, the citizens of Augusta Richmond County has been paying the piper. That you take the money that we used to use for streetlights and right-of-way improvements, the franchise fees, and you put it in the general fund. And when we think about franchise fees, it's easy to think in terms of that the utility companies, the communication companies, the gas companies pay a fee, you know, to the government per using the right-of-way, but I want you to understand that those fees come from the citizens, or the users, the end users, or the users that use those utilities. So if you're paying $5 a month franchise fee, the utility companies actually collect and pass it through to the local government. So I think that's important when we're making decisions about an ordinance to start a streetlight fee. I think it's important also that we look at the service district as far as the Augusta go of the urban service district and how, you know, they're taxed, and that I know you took the garbage off and for the service district and you put it, you know, they're paying for it. And so what are they getting for the urban service district? I don't want to get into the weeds on that, but I want to make clear that the franchise fee is paid by the citizens that's paying their bills, not the companies that they are receiving the service from. And I'm going to, request that you strongly consider not doing this at this time, especially when inflation is going sky high, grocery prices is sky high, gas prices is going sky high, and I don't think that we can, squeeze out another $100 a year as for citizens of Augusta, Richmond County. Okay, so I'm going to stop there, and I want to take this time, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and Chairman of the committee, to commend the Augusta Richmond County Commission for Vax Up Augusta shots in arms. I want to also say that, I was a component, I was a supporter of that, and you guys considered it and done it, and it was a success for all the naysayers, that said that it wouldn't work. I want to say that it did work, and I want to thank you for that. I think you've done a good job on the budget this year, overall. There were some cuts that I didn't like as far as I think it was cemetery committee.
Let's focus on your item, sir.
Well, if I have 5 minutes, can I compliment the commission for the things that I think they've done successful?
You have 2 more minutes, so.
Yes, okay. I've been dealing with this commission since 2014. Some of you, or most of you are not here when I started, but I represent I Love Augusta, and we consider ourselves a entity. Our mission vision is that we're against waste, fraud, and abuse and corruption. And I would like to commend the commission, for the job that they've done, the good things, because I've been here to criticize you for the bad things. And I'd like to say that I've also, visit different departments. I've emailed different departments. I've worked with the administrator, and I've never been thrown out of office by a marshal. There was one time when a mayor threatened to throw me out of this building with the marshals, and that was 20 years ago, and I've never been threatened by a marshal. And I want to make that clear because I think the public perception of this government is important, and that what folks see and hear, when they're looking at us online, that's important. And I know that I've been a thorn in a lot of folks' butts down here, excuse my expression, on the commission over that dais and in certain departments. I visited Ms. Williams' office, finance. I visited, I visited procurement today, and I normally visit when I come here, departments. And I never had a problem. So I want to thank you for all that you've done, and if we had $1 million to spare, I'd like to give it to the administrator to stay, because I think he's doing a super job. Thank you for your time. I know you want to, get out of here.
He's already got a foot out the door, so
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moses. It's always good to hear from you, and
thank you,
no
Mr.
further
Moses
discussion. Todd. Commissioner Hassan? You sure? You let him off easy. All right, Ms. Bonner, we were...
Number 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Receive recommendations from the administrator regarding the development of a comprehensive plan concerning streetlights deficit and infrastructure.
And as we do that, I don't know, Mr. Chair, I'd likely dispute that I've got 1 foot out the door. Otherwise, I wouldn't be working. I'd be using all that vacation I amassed. So, we...
Hey, you're counting down the days last week.
Oh,
so.
I'm counting them down today. We got 3, including tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and I'll be on my way. But like I've done since day 1, while I'm here, I'll be working for the citizens of Augusta on behalf of the commission. So if that 1 foot was out the door, the work quality would drop, and it has not yet. So we're going to continue with excellence, starting with this presentation. And so by your request, I have provided a presentation for the streetlight fee structure with 2 options, leveraging the American Rescue Plan as we have discussed before. So what we'll go over very quickly is the streetlight special funds, the parcel count, the streetlight fee, the effect of a change in the urban service mill rate, as well as the streetlight ARP allocation, and give you some additional details, provide some available options, provide the administrator's recommendation as you requested, and then take any questions that you might have. So as we look at the streetlight special fund, let me make sure there are a couple of notes that I want to make sure that I go over as we go over this presentation, as I'm sure the commission is fully aware, but there are some items that our public might not be as well versed on. So as you look at this slide, one thing that I think is important for the commission is that you've been operating at a deficit since 2015, and that is because expenses have increased almost every year, but your revenue change or increases in revenue has been less than 2%, meaning it's had almost no impact on that fund. And so that is why you're at a deficit. There's no way to make that any simpler than that. The expenses are going up, but the revenues are not. In addition to that, we have identified through the FY22 budget to leverage the American Rescue Plan to be able to make that fund whole. We've talked about that $760,000 or whereabouts, where that is the deficit based on your current operating. And so the plan that is in place, if you continue as we have now, is simply to offset the deficit by the leveraging the American Rescue Plan. But that is not the actual best way to move forward, which we also began discussions a few months back when Mr. Sires was still here leading the Streetlight committee when we started introducing proposals. And so I'll kind of take us back to that with an updated look at what that could be. So it's important. I heard Mr. Todd speak on the various parcels or whatnot during his presentation. So I think it's also important to look at that. So based on the tax bills, there are approximately 82,000 assessed parcels. Some of those are impacted, some of them are not, but about 64,000 of them are generating some form of revenue in relation to the Streetlight Fund, and the balance of those are actually not being billed at this time. And so some of the concerns that you want to address is that working with the HOAs, and so you want to make sure to allow them to turn over their lighting systems to Augusta and be able to continue to be billed at a lower rate until those systems are accepted. Also, when you look at the urban service district, the residential lighting districts do require some additional identification. Excuse me. And so when we look at the streetlight fee and we look at some of the proposed rates, or at least those that I would propose, you know, I would look at billing those who are currently unbilled. So those unbilled residential parcels would be at $50, which would include HOAs, Hepzibah, and Blythe. I think one of the, I remember when we talked about it at the last meeting, Mr. Sayers called his plan the 85-100 plan. We would call this, let's say, the 50-100-150 plan. And again, I'll go over that in detail. So those residential parcels would previously bill, those that have neighborhood lighting are currently at $85. What I would propose is that they be billed at $100, which is a $15 increase. The commercial parcels that are previously billed at about $107, a little bit over $107, would be billed at $175, which is a $68 increase. You would exempt, and commercial properties in Hepzibah and Blythe would be billed under my proposal. The urban services district, which is residential lighting districts, do require some of that identification. I've included some details here where you have that line item on the tax bill, which is important. So it would be classified as that fee at $50. The remainder, $50 of the fee, would be transferred to tax collections. That allows the to be billed at a lower rate, with the difference, again, transferred from those tax collections. The urban service mill rate would be reduced by the amount of the computed direct billing. So it's not dollar for dollar, but it would be on those individual tax bills. Below, on the bottom of that screen, you would see that you would move, and I'll go into greater detail as we go through the presentation, but what you would see is that you would start creating a surplus versus operating in a deficit, and by leveraging the American Rescue Plan, you would be able to start to increase your infrastructure as well. And so I'll go to the next slide. So one, we can focus on the effective change in the urban services district. This was, again, during Commissioner Sias's term and supported by the group, the entire subcommittee. They wanted to see what that impact would be on the mill rate. And as you see here, there's an example at $50,000 increments through $200,000 homes, and then a larger increase for the $300,000 homes. You would see what type of net effect which would be had there. And so I mean, I believe it's self-explanatory, but I will come back to this. One thing that you see, which I think when you see an increase like that for the commercial properties, you would see that it would actually assist them in having a decreased bill, which I think is important and was one of the questions that came out of the subcommittee, is that if you provided them that increase, you know, would it have an offset to them? And so as you see here, it actually does. And so I will continue with the presentation, because I think the ARP allocation might be the most important part of this, because it provides some immediate relief now, but also resets the program to where you would have a 6-year period in which you could assess. So one, you've already in the budget allocated $6 million, and as proposed, you have the deficit covered for this year and next. That's what the $1.5 million is for. The $4.5 million is to implement Light Up Augusta, and so that is really no different than just creating or implementing new streetlight infrastructure so that citizens get an immediate return on what they are paying for. And so we've just added a moniker of Light Up Augusta to make it easy for people to know where those funds would be going. What that Light Up Augusta would do in layman's terms is simply allocate about $1 million to roadway lighting, and then $3.5 million to neighborhood lighting. That would basically allocate about $350,000 per district. I think that's important because many times as staff, we are making recommendations to you on where infrastructure and things should go. This would allow you to say where you believe the infrastructure should go. And so that would allow you to do that. And I'll give you a little bit of detail of what those costs look like here in a second. And so this does have some assumptions. So first, the period that is covered by our current plan, which is what this is from 2022, the current year, through 2024, which allows us to stay within the bounds of the American Rescue Plan. It allows for some equitable distribution of neighborhood lighting, allocating that by district. Also, we do have to keep in mind that the cost varies by installation. And I've got 2 examples that we noted prior to the meeting that I'll discuss to just show you that, you know, in District 2, for example, these are not real world examples, but in District 2, it may be for one neighborhood, it may be $7,500 for a certain amount of lights, where in District 7 it might be $13,000. So that depends on existing infrastructure and other factors, and so it is not fully equitable in that way. Again, these amounts also relate to the capital installation only. So those operating costs and associated revenues are accounted for separately. And so I'll go through that next when looking at the available options. So one, option A, and truthfully, I am recommending option A. So I want to make sure that I'm extremely clear on that. I don't believe option B is viable because you would not be able to carry ongoing operating costs, nor would you be able to expand, which I think is really the important part, is increasing our lighting infrastructure so that our residents are receiving the biggest bang for their buck. So the first piece of option A, what you will see is that you not only leverage the ARP application, but excuse me, you would create a fund balance instead of a deficit. So from 2022 on through 2026, you would have funds available for expansions. The other piece is that you would be creating a 60-day reserve and allocating ongoing operating costs. That is vital because right now the maintenance of our lights and things of that nature are kind of up in the air. And so this plan and proposal would not only allow you to take on and absorb those ongoing operating costs, but also have funds available for expansions. So literally anywhere that you want to deliver lighting over the course of this plan through 2026, there would be funds available. That would require you, as we discussed in the subcommittee, to make a decision within this year. And so it is contingent on you making a decision to implement the plan or some version thereabouts in 2022 so that you could then take on, again, having a reserve fund, generating fund balance, having ongoing operating costs, and having funds available for future expansion, which you could actually access on an annual basis. If you waited until 2023, what you would see is that you would have fund balance, you would be able to leverage those funds that I highlighted earlier by district, but your 60-day reserve and the ongoing operating costs eat up the funds, and there is no money for future expansion. And so you would start off in the proposal A being able to give folks immediate access to lighting infrastructure, as well as be able to continue that over the next 4 years. If you wait, you are actually not able to do that because those ongoing operating costs would start to eat up those funds. With that, the streetlight recommendation, again, I'll just go back to highlight that it is option A. What it would do is it would include all unbilled parcels in the new fee structure. You'd be able to implement the new fee structure effective in this year. You would be able to, you would need to revise the streetlight ordinance, have a plan in place. I'm sorry, I'm moving too quick. But you'd also establish a 2-month fund balance to address any unforeseen changes in cost to include service and products, especially when we're in an environment where those costs are continually increasing. Just to give you a little bit of notes, because I think, again, I won't be here when you make your decision or if you continue to pontificate and, you know, hold off on the decision until later. I wanted to make sure that you had something on the record that you can go back to that has some key details. So I've got some notes, but I'll also make sure that I go over that example that I highlighted when it comes to the cost being different in different areas. So the first thing, just to recap, is the $5,100 and $150 structure. It creates over $1 million in new revenue after meeting those budgeted needs at the current level. Now that level will increase as a reminder and taking you back to the illumination, but you'd be looking at about an average of $1 million. To do so, you would have to make the decision in 2022. Again, that's not new information. We talked about that prior to the budget and that we would be bringing those things back. Credit to Mr. Garrett for asking that it be brought back during this meeting. That effective date of 2022 provides stability through 2026. Now that is important because you've operated at a deficit now for about 7 years. And so that gives you 4 years of being in the black pretty much guaranteed and gives you time to be able to assess the system. It also provides for that planned expansion of the system for those, it'll have a direct impact on those operating costs, and it provides that neighborhood lighting. And for those that would be billed, in neighborhoods, as a reminder, that creates additional revenue that will help to offset expenses. So those neighborhood increases in infrastructure should likely come first because they're revenue generating. Also, if you're using an estimated operating cost of about $25 per light, so that's $3,000 a year, that's included in that presentation, that requires about 3 billed parcels per light to cover the cost. So that's why it's important to make sure we look at the revenue generation portion first. Again, the timing is important because the installations and all of those things carry that operating cost for about 18 months. So that's the timing of implementation as well as how you plan your infrastructure is going to be vital if you were to look at this proposal further. You would also need to look at a periodic review of the rates and the fee structure. That is also important because not necessarily looking at those is what has put us in the position to carry these deficits. And so those decisions do have to be made. I think the final piece, though, is that any discussion that to pay a part of the operating costs from your general fund, because we've talked about that quite a bit, I do not think that that is a good idea in any way, shape, or form because you are robbing Peter to pay Paul. So if you move the hole from one area to another, you may resolve it for streetlights, but you're simply creating another hole somewhere else where you don't know what that impact is going to be. And so the final piece, just looking at some notes, when I talked about the cost of implementing those lights, when we talk about that proposed $350,000 that could be allocated per district, using Huxley Road, we were looking at that. I think that's already been kind of costed. If you did an installation at Huxley Road, it showed a cost of about $62,000 for 6 lights serving about 9 parcels. So that's about $10,300 per light. But if you look at a similar installation on Camellia Road, it showed a cost of about $92,000 for 6 lights that serve 17 parcels, and that's about $7,700 per light. And so depending on where the installations occur for a variety of factors, those costs kind of fluctuate a little bit. And so it's going to take some thought if you implemented this plan on where you want to provide your installations first. And so, again, you would want to be strategic in deciding what communities you would address. And so that is my recommendation, and I will take any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you, Administrator. I have a few questions, and then we'll go to Commissioner Hassan and Commissioner McKnight. Just starting, I guess, back at the beginning, you were talking about HOAs would get billed at that lower rate. So are you talking about the $50 rate?
Yes, sir.
So can you tell me what would be the benefit of an HOA relinquishing their lights over to the city when they're already paying them through their HOA dues?
Yeah, I think the maintenance, the quality of lights, as well as kind of being, well, mainly the maintenance and the quality of infrastructure. Many times that is a challenge for our HOAs. And so to put that from their perspective burden on the city, it would actually relieve their ability to manage that process.
See, I've had the direct opposite conversation with the HOAs that I speak with in my area. You know, they enjoy the aspect of being able to call themselves when a light's out because they're basically in control of the lights in their neighborhood. So they have that direct avenue. And so they said, if we relinquish it over to Augusta, then you got to go through all these different processes and hope somebody makes that call. So
Well, I would slightly disagree with that, but I think my recommendation would be to provide the option for the HOAs to provide those lights to the city. I would also say I may not have had as many conversations with you. I don't know as many as you've spoken with, but I've actually received the opposite, where many folks would like to turn their lights over to the city. So I'd imagine there's a mixed bag there, but I would defer to the commission's judgment in the instance that, again, I would not be here to see the implementation of this recommendation.
And on the page with the streetlight fees, your proposed rates, I see where you're wanting to bill all unbilled residential parcels $50.
Yes,
Is that the ones that currently are not billed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How can you include the cities of Hepzibah and Blythe in that as well?
Well, because they're part of the consolidated government service area,
I'm not sure we can implement a fee structure on them like this.
Well, I would defer to any legal guidance that you may be depending on, but I believe that you could. And again, this is just my recommendation. The commission has the full authority to vet it, accept it, or make any adjustments that they see, but that would surely be my recommendation.
I understand that, but I'm pretty sure that with some of the agreements that are out there, those two municipalities cover their own streetlights through their city taxes, so I'm not sure how we could implement a fee onto them within their own cities. So just something that I think we need to work through as we go through this process. I mean, there's a lot of information today, so I don't see us moving, towards a decision today other than continuing the conversation of how do we get to a place where we can have a sustainable streetlight fee structure if that's what the commission wants.
Yeah, I would also say, Mr. Chairman, that I think if the commission so desired, they could vote to move this forward to the full commission, and any questions that they have about the fee structure could be provided to the administrator's office either during my tenure or post my tenure, and they could be answered by the staff in both the administrator's office as well as through finance to be able to vet them.
Honestly, I would caution us of moving that forward today, because the last time we had a streetlight conversation, Georgia Power was here, and I think that they definitely need to be a part of this conversation, and I don't think it'd be so far removed even to have Jefferson here as well as to help guide us through some of this. I know there was a conversation at one time about Georgia Power actually taking over our streetlights and seeing what that looks like. So, I would really caution the committee against moving forward until we do have that full input from Georgia Power.
I will say that the information that Georgia Power gave us during the subcommittee has been included and baked into the assumptions within this proposal. As a matter of fact, if we look very closely,
I'm just telling you about the conversations that I've had, Administrator. Stephen King, who's with Georgia Power, who's over this area.
I just want to make sure that I finished off this conversation that I had with Georgia Power as well. So as we look very closely at the assumptions and the available options, and we look at the funds that are available for operating costs as well as expansion, those funds would be available to the commission if they so deem to turn those lights over to Georgia Power. Again, not advocating for you to make a decision at this time, but I think if we bring up those questions and there's an answer available now, we want to make sure that we provide it. And so those assumptions from those multiple meetings in the subcommittee have been included in this proposal.
And this question is actually for Ms. Donna Williams. I know this is your favorite subject. She's right on fire.
Next to root canals.
So, in regards to this conversation, can you give us the timeline once again of if a decision is made, when does it need to be made prior to making it on? If we were to enact this for the 22 cycle, when does it need to be made before it can be put on people's tax bills?
You have to start working backwards from the tax bills. So the tax commissioner typically attempts to send those out. His target is usually around the first part of September. So you need to back up this and give you 60 to 90 days to implement any new program. So yes, you would need, I'm going to say June.
Okay. All right.
Or sooner.
Thank you. All right. That's the last of my questions. Commissioner Hassan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Administrator, in terms of when you say this goes to 26, is this just for the ARP allocation? are you saying also you can actually start moving up and increase the fees at the time? Are you saying increase the fees immediately?
Well, I'm saying, yeah, I would make the decision on the fees in 22. I think Director Williams just highlighted that at the latest, because you do have to make sure, I think the time frame that she's talking about for June is a decision has to be made by June so that they could be included in the tax bills. And so that means that a decision would need to be made in between now and late May would be the recommendation that I would make. But this would actually give you, these assumptions are based on giving you the funds for expansion, the 60-day reserve, as well as the ongoing operating rates through 2026. Now, I think you should review these things annually, but these assumptions are pretty safe through that time. And you would have the ARP funds to be able to offset through their expiration.
Well, is there any way to do that differently? And what I mean is that with the $6 million overall that you was talking about, the ARP funds, you're go to use that money in a form of fashion that it deal with the deficit that you currently have, and you begin to implement the fee structure in 25 or 26?
Well, so if you did that, yes, you could absolutely do that. But I think this example, especially looking what's on the screen now, it shows that you would be able to create fund balance as well as the 60-day reserve and have that ongoing operating cost. But you wouldn't have any funds for expansion. That's your issue. I think my recommendation is, and you know, being a taxpayer in a variety of communities, I wouldn't want to pay taxes on something that I'm not receiving a benefit for. And so expansion is the key. If I'm paying for lights, I want lights. And so you right now, we are uneven and we're operating at a deficit and we're not able to expand at all. The only way to really be able to expand is to make the decision to adjust the fee structure, because as you saw from the earlier slide, the costs continue to go up, but the revenues fluctuate almost not at all. And so you can continue to kick the can down the road for sure. As a matter of fact, you could use all $6 million in the American Rescue Plan to continue to pay the deficit. But if you do so, folks still won't have streetlights in their neighborhood, and your costs are definitely not going down.
And how much are we upside down? And like I said, we just got it, and I don't remember those
Understood.
numbers right now. How much are we upside down on an annual basis?
About $750,000 annually.
And so, and what you're proposing, how much does it generate from the 85 to the 100 and from the 107 to
That's
the
right.
75?
So if you look at going, and we'll look at 22, those revenues put you in your surplus would take you from a deficit to actually being about a little under 1.1 million in the surplus. You'd have a fund balance, because you leverage the American Rescue Plan, you'd have a fund balance of about 1.8 million. You would take about 1.1 million of that and put it in the 60-day reserve. You'd have ongoing operating costs, and within the first year, you'd have about 600,000 available for expansion, and that number would almost double the following year and continue to increase through 2025.
What is the difference? And it could be, I'm sorry if I missed this. What's the difference from the 150 to the 175?
What do you mean the 150?
Well, if you go back, you had on.
Oh, you mean, so it's actually, that's not actually an increase from 150 to 175. For the commercial properties is a $68 increase from 107 to 175. It's actually like 107.35 or 36 or something. That's about $68. From the 100, to get to the 100, you would be going from 85 to 100. That's a $15 increase.
I think on one of the slides, I'm asking because on one of the slides I saw $50/$100-150, and that's what I was asking. So I was assuming the 150 was the commercial. So I'm asking, so why was one of the 150 and one
is
to
for
175?
parcels.
Sir?
The 50 was for parcels that don't get charged currently. That's what they would be charged.
No, I saw 150.
Oh, it's a typo. I'm sorry. Yeah, that should be 175. I'm sorry. I was typing those notes because I wanted to make it clear to the commission.
Can you say that a little louder if y'all don't mind?
Huh? What did he say?
He was asking you to admit that you made a
He don't
mistake.
hear me at all.
I didn't
He want a little
want you to prove
credit.
him right.
Look, say it louder.
It was a joke. He's making a joke.
Want a
Oh,
little
something.
credit.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Hassan, do you have any other questions?
No, I'm fine, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Ms. McKnight?
I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Administrator, for explaining this. So you're saying, I'm reiterating what you said about the $350,000 per district allocating the ARP money. When would
Yeah,
that
so
start?
with this, yes, ma'am. So with this plan, it would allocate it would allocate 350,000 per district to be able, here it is. Allocation per district for neighborhood lighting would be 10 districts, $3.5 million, 350,000. Of course, you would work with your engineering and Office of the Administrator staff to identify wet parcels because, again, just as a reminder, the cost of the installations would differ depending on where you put them. And so I gave you two brief examples of that. And so, but the $350,000 should make a strong impact across Augusta, Richmond County. What it would also do is let the citizens know that they are receiving something for their investment.
I like that. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to propose it today, but we'll wait and see where we want to take this, next week, week after? What you want? I'm asking.
Mayor Pro
I
Tem,
can't.
did you have a question? I saw you in the queue.
Well, I was in the queue, but we're going so long. I'll just make a statement. We have to, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, come up with a plan. I think Commissioner Sides had a plan. The administrators put forth a plan. Somebody else put forth another plan. We're just going to have to bite the bullet. And I think eventually, we're going to have to get to a point where everybody needs to understand that everybody's going to have to put a little something in the kit.
All right.
You know, whether it's $50, $25, $100, or what have you, we're just going to have to bite the bullet. But some people don't understand they're already paying $85. If you go to $100, they're only paying $15 more. So when you say $100, they're not talking about $100 more. They're talking about $15. So we need to take a good look at the Streetlight plan. And some people are just going to have to bite the bullet. I think eventually we're going to get to a place where everybody's going to have to put something in the little hat or pail or whatever it is that we have.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you said we got to bite the bullet?
I won't mention bullet. I'll mention something else. I don't know.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to receive this as information so we can continue having these discussions of how to implement this.
So moved.
All right. Ms. Bonner, I think that wraps us up.
Yes, sir. We received that as information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No.
This meeting, sir, we're going to.
And with that, I'll call
we're
engineering
adjourning
services
this one
to a
and
close.
convening yours, okay?
You ready, Ms. Bond?
I am, sir.
I'd like to call finance to order.
That's pretty steep.
If my colleagues would agree, we'd like to consent item number 2. If that's your pleasure. Well, then you don't need to vote.
Item 1? So move.
Second.
No, it's actually on item 2.
Do anybody, I'm sorry, I gotta wait.
Well, we need to, you just had a motion, so we just vote on it, just
Okay.
for record.
Okay.
Say, it's unanimous.
Okay. Did anyone have any questions regarding item number 1?
Will Ames.
Being no question, I'd like to consent that item if my colleagues agree.
So moved.
Cash, well, you don't have to do that. Okay. That's it, right, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, once we announce this vote, yes, sir, that would be it. It's unanimous plus one.
So we'd like to conclude finance.
Thank you.
We will go to public safety. Any additions or deletions?
No, sir.
There's only one item. If my colleagues agree, we'd like to consent item number 1.
So moved.
Cast your vote on it.
Are you seconding that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That concludes public safety.
Well, we vote, okay, let us put this down for the
have to
record.
vote.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Just stick to vote.
That motion carries with Mr. Clark out. Who? No. Are you kidding with this bunch? Yeah, you just make sure you got a motion or a second or some record. Yeah, and they just